Hey guys, how's it going? It is December 21st. First day of winter, I think. We're at about 5:58 p.m. or so. Um, now, it wouldn't be a session or sorry, session. Wouldn't be a live stream if I'm not stuffing my face. But that's what usually happens is I try to get whether it be shopping or seeing my son or whatever tonight. Of course, this is totally going to be me here. Unfortunately, stuffing my face means I can't really entertain you. So, I don't know how else I can. Because it's hard to talk and eat through a mouthful. I got my supper here, so I should have waited, but I'd rather get things started if I can, so I'll slowly eat this. Sorry if I'm making people hungry. So anyways, let's start to go through this. First of all, before I stuff my face any further, I wanted to go through what I have on tap tonight. We did find out last night that there is an issue with freezing the clock, and freezing a clock is likely not an option. Now, Mike, he's talking about potentially spawning in manually, very similar to what A-Line's doing, I believe. I'm not necessarily on board with that just yet, but I think we can put some better controls in. Now, what I'm going to try tonight is push the system a different way. Depending upon what the maximum values are, we already know what the maximum values are for time. Now I got to see what the maximum value is for capacity. And how far I can push capacity is going to determine how much leverage I have. And I suppose I should find that out right now. So instead of going through my wiki and my announcement, let's find out. So I should have the latest save file. I don't think anybody else has changed anything that I'm aware of, so I still own the token amongst the administrators. So I'm going to go in, and while this loads up, but it should be a very encouraging night. And this is going to be single player. I'm not going to be doing much else other than testing the data, testing the trains, playing with the data, testing the trains. I did put that out there for people if they wanted to test it or if they wanted to do things. I haven't got much of a response, which is fine. It was shareable to everybody if they wanted to put in their own configurations or. So it is what it is, but now I'm going to go in and do it. So as far as I know, nothing has been changed to it, but I'll find out shortly anyways, whether or not anybody's tried some configurations. So, sorry. I hate speaking with my mouth full. And I know I do it all the time when I'm doing these sessions. Wow, or sessions, or live streams, I should say. So, oh crap, this needs two hands. That sucks. That's okay. Just having another microwave TV dinner. What else is new with me? But, oh man, did I have a very rewarding day at work today. AI traffic generation, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so here we go. We'll go with 84 lumber. Now it's set at 168, which is perfect. So that's our hours for, so this is good. How high can we go? Well, that's a little discouraging. Ah, man. So much for that idea. Dang. I was really hoping it was going to go to like 999 or some ridiculous number. Because again, it's not really the capacity of the actual yard, but dang it, that's discouraging. So we're off to a wonderful start. Here's what I was going to do, just to let you in on where my wavelength was going, and I can't even multiply anything by 10. At least I don't think I can. No, I can't, which sucks. So, man, they're really strict as far as the capacity and the hours, and I don't like that. I wish those limits weren't in there. I understand the realistic limits, but the problem is, don't get me wrong, I understand why those limits are there, because that's, everything's memory, and if you start having arrays that are too big, I don't think it's an array. At least I don't think it is, but it could be. An array is just basically a placeholder. So if you have values that are too high, now if it's just a variable, you can have, it doesn't take much memory at all to just have a value in there. But when you have an array, basically it's pointing to every potential capacity slot. I don't think that's the case here. I think they just said, oh, okay, well, what's the biggest capacity we'd have? Well, I guess it'd be 100. And what's the longest a train would take to load or empty? I guess 7 days. Okay, good enough. So we're kind of in a rock between a hard place now, unfortunately. But that's okay. We will deal with what we have. I'm just trying to think of how I want to do this. So now, great. What I was going to do was I was going to multiply. First, I'm going to try to multiply by 100, if it was going to allow me. But I'll show you what I mean. Let me put that back down to 4. So, what I was going to do, let me see one of the higher ones here. See, right there, that one you can only multiply by 3, because the limit again is 100. So the tank car is going to Amber Chemical, for example. It can only, I was going to multiply them all by the same factor, with the exception of the ones we don't want. But why does that do that? It just kind of loses focus there, and then it kind of loses its mind or something. See, borax I already got at 28. I can't really push that too much higher. I can multiply by possibly a factor of 3, maybe 2. I might try 2. There's Cemex. Actually, I may go with 2, because that's 50. And no, we don't want to have 80. We don't want to have 100 cement hoppers in a train. That's not the point. So maybe I'll multiply it by 2 and see how it goes, but I don't know if it's even going to be worth it or noticeable, but it might. The more that I can make the ones that we don't want factorless, the better we will be in being able to manage things better. So 24. The well cars don't matter. Capacity has no bearing on that area. I don't even know why that's in there, because they're piggybacks and well cars, which have nothing to do with anything really, other than the fact that it changes it to loads and it demands it every 24 hours. Well, I shouldn't say. Wait a minute. Hang on a second here. Let me think about that for a second. No, because we already have the trains going there, so it has no bearing. It just generates random trains through the traffic, and that's it. So that has no bearing. Let me see what may have a bearing. Again, well cars, it doesn't matter. Tank cars to Tricor. Okay. So that's a lot. Okay. And this thing just decided to go into idiot mode again. Was that the last one? Yeah, okay. So 52 is the maximum. Let me just see that again. I think it's 99, which is okay. I don't mind. It doesn't have to be exactly twice as big. I may be able to get away with it, but we'll see. A little disappointing, but in fact, I might be able to just multiply by 3, maybe? I don't know. Because of course you can, when you have that many tank cars going in, I'm just wondering if some of those industries need a respot. So maybe you want them to load and empty. That's more of industry research that I'm not into right now. I kind of want to have jobs that are available for people if the server is down, or not down, if the server is not being dispatched right. So that's the whole idea behind that. It's not a big deal. I like the 8-hour approach that Mike did the other day versus the 1, so he brought it up to 8. We may even get away with 4, which kind of gets you through part of the day. And then, you know, you can go back later that night and away you go, right? So it's possible. Now, whether or not people take advantage of that, that's another question. Whether or not people even see it is another question, which is another whole issue. But the whole idea tonight is the major goal, as I said, is to try and get the train file so that, one, the trains actually properly feed with the right number of cars for our industries. That's number 1. Number 2, making sure that we don't overburden or underburden. Overburden, or is underburden a word? Overburden, or don't give enough demand towards essential manifest trains. So I want to try to avoid touching UP, because UP is basically Tony's baby right now, and I don't want to mess anything he's got set up. So depending upon how many trains he's got coming in, I'm going to look at that and I'm going to say, okay, what's the percentage of trains that are served best via UP or best via BNSF? And from what I can tell, there isn't too much. There's a lot more going via UP than BNSF, which is interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out. But, and really we want to know what's going on in 20. It doesn't have to be a 20. We want to know what's going on in a typical 24-hour real-time cycle. What I mean by that, it goes back to, we haven't used the term cycles for a while. What we were hoping on doing was to generate we were hoping to basically pause the clock when no AI was running. Unfortunately, Tony, I think it was Tony, pretty sure it was Tony last night, because he started realizing that all of a sudden certain industries all of a sudden would have these high number of hours, some ridiculous number, right? We couldn't figure out why that was. I can't figure out why that particular number popped up either. Because what's weird about that, I'll tell you what's weird about it. We are restricted to. I'll show you what I mean. It came up with a number that was like 1,000 or something. Well, when you look at how high this thing can go, is 168. That, if my math is correct, is 7 full days. 48, 96, 192, 82, 172. Yep. So that's full. That they calculated that full 5 day, for full 7 days. So if that's the case, why the hell did the industries start popping up when the time got screwed up? And what happened was, I'll show you what I mean. Actually, I'll demonstrate that. Let me put that back down. That doesn't really matter anyways, but I'll put that back down to 24. And I'll show you what I mean. Just so people are wondering what the hell are you talking about? So, okay. So here's the clock. I bet I'm wondering if it's actually going to work on the if it's going to actually do it on this end. It may not. Let me click freeze time. Of course, it actually freezes it solid. What happens is, from a server standpoint, it will start bouncing around. It'll go up for a few minutes and then it'll come back. And then it'll go up a few minutes and then it'll come back. So I guess Tony's thought that it had something to do with the clock, the actual clock of the person versus the server. And I was looking at that and I was thinking, if that's the case, then why is it doing it right now? Because we were operating with a normally run clock, and our server time was different, but we would bring in. The only thing I can think of that's a possibility, and I never really thought to try this. Maybe I should, just to be on the safe side. I don't. My only thing that I'm thinking might be allow that, and I honestly can't see it being the client end. To me, it's got to be the server end. What's weird though is if the server is paused, then why didn't it do it? You know what I'm saying? I don't get that. Dang. I really want to test this theory out, actually. How do I do that? What is the best way to do that? So I let go of the freeze time. Override network time updates. That ain't it. I'm scared that may be playing into the situation, but in order to do that, I'd have to go on the network to find out. I'd love to know for sure if that's doing it, but let me spawn in the. I'm going to spawn in the load save. So I am going to spawn in mic session, and I'm going to see what it does when we pause the clock. So let's see what happens here. And last night it seemed to be working just fine. Didn't I load that? Okay. Alright, so, okay, that didn't load. I gotta go back out, main menu. Okay. So I'll put my session in there. Alright, so now, this is an older session that we saved a long time ago. The hell's all the cars? Alright, what am I doing wrong? Alright, let me exit this. Let me get right the hell out of this because something's weird here. Did I miss something? It's a blank world. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Hang on a second. I think that was supposed to be a blank world. I think it was accidental. I think it was something that I was trying to save. I'll try. Oh, that's extra board. You doofus. There we go. So that's Busy Barstow. World save. Alright, good enough. I'm loading up an extra board. I'm like, duh, no wonder why. I tried to save the session. There we go. Okay. So apparently I got more company coming in tomorrow to turn off the water. Though the water main is set up in my house, or in my apartment. It's such annoying. I don't even have issues right now, but they keep having to come in and out of my apartment. It's annoying. Very annoying. So let me load all these train objects in and just see what exactly happens. So all the trains are loaded. There we go. So if I go over, oh, those are ready. So if I go over to, doesn't really matter which one, but let me pick one that yeah, we'll go to Edwards. Edwards Air Force Base. I know where that is, so that sounds good. And there's one car at Borax. Well, that's interesting too. So we just have the one car. What the hell are they talking about? One car at Borax. What? There's a box car. Oh. Okay. So that must be that one. So, what I will do, I'm going to freeze the time. I got a funny feeling that this isn't going to prove anything. So the time is frozen. I'm deleting this. And then I will spawn it up. Load. Load autosave. Autosave train. That ain't it. Is it? What the hell? Since when? What is this? I don't even know what the hell that is. That's my autosave train? Really? What happened to Borax? I thought I just deleted cars from Boron. Why did that do that? I thought as soon as you delete something, it goes. That's just weird. Okay, let's try this here. Boron, where the hell are we? No, that's Jim Gray, you dork. I'm not used to. I'm looking at the external dispatch or the non-external dispatcher, I guess you'd call it. Okay, here we go. There's Edwards. Let's just go with Edwards. I'm gonna end up deleting everything by the looks of it here. This is that's Edwards, not Edwards Air Force Base. So okay. So what does this mean? I can't. I don't know if I can empty that. Okay, it's paused right now. Perfect. So I'm going to empty this entire train. Or I didn't empty the entire train. Let's just put it in the tagger. It's EDW, I think. EDW. I know there's a way to copy and paste that, but okay. Oh, you bugger. Oh. That should. So it went up to 72. Okay. It went to 72. Now, what happens if I'm hosting a network? Can I host? Where the hell am I? Host session started. Okay. So if the client, this is a little scary actually, now that I'm thinking about this here. It's not updating on my end, but if I'm a client, then what happens? Ah, shoot, I didn't want to do that. Okay. Here we go. Place train, I guess a box card. Where are we here? Freight, box cars. Now let's see. Okay, at least from the host end, this is scary. I'm gonna have to test this on the server now. Because I may, ooh. Well, I wasn't expecting to do this tonight. Dang it. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. It's about just getting close to 6:30. Actually, let me try one more thing. And I'll go to options. How do I get it back to where it was? I'm trying to think now. How did it spawn to get it back to where it was placed prior to the server? Or was it placed after? So anyways, so that puts it to there. Let me see if it pops up. Oh, I got to relinquish. Okay. So when I do that, 72. All right. So if I put it back to okay, I gotta get out of host for a minute. Why can't I change that? Oh, that's because freeze time is on. Okay. I guess I didn't have to worry about that. But let's change okay, I freezed it a second earlier. Now let's see. Oh, I gotta relinquish it. Okay. That might actually not work now that I did that. I didn't mean to. Okay, hang on a second. I shouldn't have relinquished it because that changed. Let me just put this back an hour. How the hell did that happen? I thought I put it an hour before, not an hour and after. Why did? Oh wait, no, it was okay. So it did go back. Oh man. You know, I wonder if somehow the date got accidentally changed or something. Because I'm really wondering now. Which changes everything, really. Okay, my theory's out the window. Because we had some weird number in there, like 1300 or something. If the variable went backwards, then there's no way. Dang. And I can't test it. The only thing I can do is test theories on the server now, which really sucks. Oh, man. I am going to hold on a second here. I want to see if Mike's home. Ski. Mike Guerrero-Ski, see if he's home. Because oh, I think he's home. I don't know. Because my theory was that this what happens is Mike, is your server up? If you got the IP, like even if you could just set a password, and I can test this as a client. I don't know if you have the latest that industry file, or if you want to just create one or whatever. It could be anything. Cause we gotta test this, because something just ain't right. My other theory that's going on here, because this is a little here's where I think, shoot, here's where I think might be happening, is this. And I don't know if Hawk had that set, because I was encouraging some people to use this override the network time updates. If they had that set to something else, that may have thrown it. I don't think it's the client computer like Tony was saying. Now, I understand what Tony's talking about. Okay, so Mike's working on putting the server up. This is awesome. Oh, okay, you need about an hour. Okay, maybe what I'll do is actually, Mike, I know, yeah, so give me about an hour. Okay. Working on it now. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about it, Mike. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to back out of this. I'm gonna go on to the California server. Hopefully it's up. And I'm going to test my theory there. For those of you that are seeing this as an archive, it'll be in a different video. But I'm going to test a whole whack of theories here, because I want to get to the bottom of this. Something. Oh, and he can't freeze the clock either. I can't tell if the freezing is actually an issue. The only thing I can do, actually... Oh, shoot, because then I have to set up the stupid port forwarding. Because we don't know if the server's going to work. I did have it set up, but it's such a pain. So what I'll do, I'm going to drop off anyways. I'm going over to the California server. I want to see what's going on with this. I can test this other theory. This changes everything tonight, because I'm not going to give up on this whole pausing the clock idea, because I know it would be a lot more, it would be much more efficient for us to do it. Now, I could go on. I'm going to try a few theories on the server first. So I'm going to drop out of the live stream because of this stupid password thing. You know the deal here. And I will drop out of the live stream, pop onto the server, and do some testing. Once again, if this is an archive, you will see this in another video with the same title. If this is on your live stream, just hang on, give me 1 or 2 minutes to stand by, and I will go back live again. But for now, I'm going to pop out. I will be back very, very shortly. Why do I have this still on from earlier? Okay. So I will be back, and I'll let you know what I find. Sorry, I'm not going to let you know. I'll be back on in about the next minute or two. So we'll see you in a couple minutes. Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going, Ski? Oh, Mike's there. Mike is here. How long you got, Mike? This is cool. He might be able to test this for us. Okay, let me go someplace. I don't know where I want to go. Edwards? Maybe 15 minutes? Good enough. Can you pause the clock for... Okay, wait a minute. Good enough. Is anyone switching right now? Industries? Okay, so I guess that be Ski. You go back out to cool. Can you pause the clock, Mike? Temporary. All right. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna go out to Edwards. Whew, it's foggy out here, or smoggy or something. So I'm watching the clock at the end here. Okay. Dang. Edwards is a tough one to go to. Where's a good industry I can go to? Oh, Yermo. How about that? How about Yermo? I think I got room in there for it. I think. Yeah, I think this whole industry is capable of doing it. So, if I go over to Yermo, so the server is not paused as of yet. Oh, does he have? I hope he doesn't have to stop the server. Never thought of that. I forget how that, if that works, or that if that's an issue or not. So, I'm gonna pull up. First of all, let me see if everything is... Yeah, here we go. Omia. Where the hell's that? Where's Omia? Because we can deal with that right now. I'm gonna transport over to there. I don't even know where some of these are. What the hell's that? Oh, is that Omia there? Oh, okay, here's Omia. I'm watching the server clock and I don't see it stopped yet. There it is. So see what happens? We go back to 44. But we found out though, at least single player, that this may not be an issue. Okay, so I got 2 boxcars for Omia. And what I will do is we're gonna run some tests here. I got a couple ideas. So yeah, so it's 32 on the server, it goes all the way up, and then it's interesting how it's 32 on the server, but it goes all the way up. But let's not worry about the factor here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, as it is, I'm going to put, first of all, I'm not going to overwrite the network time. Yeah, that makes more sense. So I'm going to put 2 boxcars over here. This is a real good test. Place the train. I know there's a way to do the whole save thing, but I'm not too sure. Sean has attempted. Oh. So now if I go destination tag, or the tagger, if I do OMY, now I placed that, I spawned it, and then I placed it. Okay. And then I go back to whatever the industry, what the hell was it? Oh, I'm controlling it. Okay, that's okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to relinquish it and give it a second. It will pop back up. I think it was for 10. Was it for 101? Okay. Oh boy, what's going on? Okay, I'm going to try to break this thing. So stand by with me. So I'm going to call these blah. So see if that changes. Okay, that takes it out. Okay, first of all, well, it doesn't matter. It's only 2 cars. I just want to test to see if just changing the tag alone actually changes it. If it comes back in. Okay, it came back in as soon as I put it there. But I may have to spawn it again, or maybe I have to pop it and then relinquish it. So, I am going to override the system time, override the network time. I am going to put it somewhere, it don't matter where. Actually, the hell was it? So it's now at 6:30 in the morning on my local server, or local client. I've overridden the system time. It doesn't matter about this whole pause thing, because that's obviously, I don't think that's it. So now, if I go in, I don't think relinquishing it matters, but let me just double check. Ooh. I just relinquished it. Where is it? Is it updating? What the hell? Okay. We know the server is paused. So what's going on then? I'm going to do it with one boxcar here for a minute. I'm going to delete that. Or how do I delete this? Sorry, I'm not, I'm a delete selected. Okay, here we go. Place. I'm just doing one boxcar for now until I get it to where I like it. So I'm overriding the clock just in case that's an issue. I'm starting to think this is a fluke, like Mike said, but I'm not too sure how it went back so far. So I'm going to relinquish that now. And see what comes up. I can't break it. What the hell? Well, pausing doesn't seem to have an effect. Number one, my system clock is different. So if it has to do with a system clock, then it shouldn't. Then it shouldn't matter. Okay, I can't break it. I can't reproduce it. So this changes a lot of things, really. I cannot, for whatever reason, I cannot reproduce whatever. And now I'm beginning to wonder. I don't think it's the frozen clock, which is kind of cool because that changes things. Or they, I don't even know what the boxcars were. So I'm gonna place that. So apparently, I don't know what happened. I'm starting to concur somehow with what Ski is saying. What his theory was, I remember Tony's theory. He thought it was a system clock time or something was different, and I kind of thought so too. We already know it's not going back. No matter what that does, the actual maximum number is 9,999 for time, which is beyond me because the variable is only set for 7 days. So you can only choose 7 days, but apparently it allows you to go up to, the variable actually stores up to 9,999 because we already did that. I think we did that. So I think the issue like Ski said, was us going back on one of the restores or something. What are the numbers? Hang. What are the numbers? Let me see. Let me see what some of these numbers are. Some of these ridiculous numbers that were coming up. Tony noticed it last night. 1 hour left in Simex. Everything's hunky-dory there. So we got 1697. Anybody got a calculator? How many days is that? I'm wondering now. And I'm sure there was work going on and then we went backwards with the restore. Yeah, but 1697 hours. How many days is that? Sorry, I can't. Wow, good. 70 days? What the hell? And 70.7, which isn't too bad, except yeah, 70.7. What is baffling me now is how the hell it went back 70 days. That's over 2 months. Mind you, if it was set out and somehow we were running 2 months behind accidentally, okay, this now I'm like, okay. I think we can do it. At least let's test it. Do you recall testing some dates for storms? This is totally baffling the hell out of me, though. Either I didn't hit it at the right time, or okay. I don't I'm lost for an explanation as to why that would happen. Even network lag doesn't make sense. And somebody having a different setting on their computer doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. Did you see that? It was at 145 for a split second. It went to 144. What was that about? Okay, so I'm at a loss here. Why this happened? If this was just a glitch? Because I'm trying different dates here just to see. System date and time should not matter unless it's somehow coordinated universal time. I can't see that happening. Okay, I've done everything I can with the dates. Um, Even if I freeze my time, that ain't gonna matter. Use daylight savings time, that shouldn't matter. Resetting the system time shouldn't matter. Okay, why didn't that go? Okay, there it goes. All right. And that means I just made this 144 again. Oops. Probably not what I wanted, or what they wanted done there. Nothing I can do about that then. All right, let's just take a quick look here. At the various trains. I know some of them hadn't changed. Okay. Moncrief was switched the other night. And 1697, so it was a little bit higher. I forget what the number was at, but it was a little higher. So we got 1697 at Moncrief. I think that was the only place that it was that it was actually noticeable. Now there's a 1709. Sunco Seiko. Man, this is actually very confusing. All right. Are you guys back yet? So 0041. Suncoast. Well, this is encouraging. 0041 Suncoast, Church and Dwight. All right. Okay. The only ones I see in the system right now are on my notepad live stream. One Industry up by Hesperia. Suncoast, which is SJVR. Moncrief. That's it. That's all. No, yep. You can see for yourself. So that's interesting. So Suncoast, Church and Dwight, Moncrief, that's it. There's not much. I don't know what was there and what has been changed back. There might have been others. Tony probably would be able to. Church and Dwight, I think. It's an 0041 train. Okay. Who switched that one industry? Okay, maybe let's just see what's going on here, or try to. Needles, cajon. Just that one? Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. There it is. Bingo. Okay. Let's find out what's going on here. What time do you want to start at for a pause, Mike? Early AM in the summer? Say June 21st, 0400. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Thorn 40.1. Where's Thorn? Frost? Somewhere around here, isn't it? the hell's Church and Dwight? Church and Dwight is like the third siding or something. Am I in the right place? Oh. Duh. That ain't it either. Oh, I guess that is it. Or is it? I don't know. It's a green one or something, isn't it? I'm trying to find you. Oh! Roger. Ooh. Well, that's weird. Why is the quarry showing 2 hours to go? Why is the Cemex quarry? Well, it's the Cemex quarry, but still. Oh, really? Oh, really? Dang. I better get to work then. Okay, so yeah, I better get to work. Notice the Cemex quarry has 2 hours left. All others are ready. This is strange. Why is that? There's just some weird glitches here still. I didn't touch that. Those are all ready. Cemex quarry, 2 hours. Everything else is ready but that one. the most bizarre thing. I don't get it. There's plenty of other cars there, but for some reason the quarry decided to go 2 hours instead of ready, which by the time it was placed, unless he's running, no, he can't be running the quarry, not at 102. There's some weird stuff still. So this is a good time of night to see how things go, but I gotta get some work started here. I don't know how much time I have. He was talking about normal time tonight, so dang it. Well, I think it's time for me to dive into the data then. I'm not going to post any forum posts, at least not at the moment. So let me dive into the data, because I'm going to have to hurry up. So let me just post this. Alright, so, oops, I bet you this won't post. Because I had been in that forum. Oh no, I had just gone to it. Okay. So, anyways, I'll close this up for now. And I want to get into the data. So all the data's got to be changed over. The good news about how we manage this, I was really hoping I had more time tonight. Oh man, I had no idea the pool league was canceled. Well, he didn't really put a session in, so I don't know. The only thing I can say is they had on the local that services Oro Grand because it goes on the empty outbound coal train. Yeah. So this is a cool time to start things off, and then if we do run a session, then we can Okay, so we once we have enough empty coal cars, because the inbound coal train is for Oro Grande. That one local from Victorville deals with Oro Grande. Is the cars back? Okay, so I'm going to go into the numbers. And see how we go here, or see how we make out. Is that my file? Okay. So actually, I want to bring that down across there, and then I can see the chat. So we are going to set things up in motion here as best as we can anyways. So we know with these values, the cars per day value and per 120 cars, the per 120 cars is roughly what things were showing up to be. I didn't finish that up. Oh, okay, never mind. That's because it's Barstow crap. I haven't got around to the locals. I'm going to concentrate on this. So the per 120 car thing here is, let me see if I can read my own numbers here. So that's that number divided by okay, that sounds a little weird. Let me put some sums in here. I just like to do a little bit of a check data, or did I already do it? Oh, I already did it. Oh, there's the 24. Okay. So, where the heck is the... Oh, man. I gotta remember how the hell I did this. So how did I get that to 120? I summed all that up. So I-165, or I-162... Oh, the divider. Divider to get down to a 100 to 120 average. Okay, now I'm lost at where my logic was, but I got it. I actually was able to manage to get the numbers here, so I'm gonna have to do a copy of this. which is fine. There is a sample train there, that's fine. So I'm going to make a duplicate. So I'm going to do the working changes. And what I want to do here in reality I'm going to divide. Oh God, barking dogs again. So now I gotta work on this part here. So let me just try to bear my mind here for a minute. How I want to do this. The numbers were very high so that it would it's not supposed to be 5 days to load an industry or anything like that. The numbers were very high to get it down to a better representation. I actually want to take a look at the trains themselves, and I'm not too sure if I can do the traffic file. Shoot. I'm going to have to go off the server to make the changes anyways, which kind of sucks. Because I got to go into the configuration of the server. I don't have to do it just yet. For now I can play with the data. And that's what I'm going to do. So I was just going to look at the trains themselves, but I'm not going to worry about that. So what I'll do is I'm going to put a divider in here. And I'm going to call it old. I'm taking all of this over here. Then I'll edit paste special. I'm pasting the values only. That's what we want. Okay. Now, in order to get the new time, I've got this old value in here. That's okay. What I want to do is to see about dividing this by 7, at least strategically speaking. I'm going to divide it by 7 now. So equals E3 divided by 7. Yeah. That's what we wanted. So that's good. We're getting 13 hours at AFG, 20. Those are good values. That's a test only. Let me just highlight the ones that I don't want to change because they're test onlys. Anything like that. This may not be totally conclusive tonight, but I want to get it at least junk. the borax loader is actually, well, see, that don't matter. I got a lot of stuff at 20, I had a lot of stuff at 24 hours. Now, just because it does it in 3 hours doesn't mean anything, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays into the data. So I'll leave it alone. That's yard info only. Okay. How come Cemex was set at 144? Did I screw something up? Or maybe not. Never mind. Never mind. We're at 20.57. Moving on. Chem tool. Fitzgerald, Frito-Lay, Geo, Goodyear, Halliburton, Hesperia, Hondo Industrial Pipe and Steel, Interstate, JG, JR, Jastro, Johnson Farms, Kaiser Steel's at 24. See, those are really low numbers compared to the rest of them, which is kind of interesting and kind of why we're getting too much stuff going to Kaiser, because now we know if it's calling for 20, and I was seeing that. I saw that at one point where I saw a bunch of gondolas going to Kaiser, and I'm like, why is that happening? And I think we were supposed to do some manual stuff with that either. I didn't think we were supposed to be generating. Oh, wait a minute, it's at 1. What am I talking about? 1 load, but never mind. So that, I think that's supposed to stay at 24. Let me just double check that for a minute. I'll change those. I think we were supposed to keep that at 24. I'm just going to put that at green, which means it's basically okay, because it's only happening every 24. It can stay at the default. We don't care. Jeez. 3.428. I don't know if I have any 3.428s. wonder if you guys can hear that through here. The borax loader. There's another example that maybe I'm supposed to keep that at 24. I don't know. How about I do that? I'm gonna put that down to 24. I don't think we need it to get it going anymore. The fact that some of them are, I mean, I don't know, that some of them are actually going more than 24 hours a day. Maybe we can divide it, instead of dividing it by 7, I can divide it by, I don't know, 3, 5. How about 5? But we'll see. Hang on a second here. Let me just keep on going through and then we'll look at the data. See, I like where it's going 24 here. But I can't see any of these places going to switch more than once a day. I can see it being ready, but like maybe instead have some of them that aren't ready. Like refrigerator cars. I mean, we're not going to go to the farm. It doesn't really matter what it takes to really load or empty it. That's not the point. North American. Oh, jeez, why did I do that? Undo that. So I gotta go all the way to 131. Okay, San Bernardino doesn't matter. So again, we got the 1s there. The 1s and then the 24s are cyan. I think that's what I wanted to do. No, 1s are cyan. Okay, so we'll set that to the units. I should have changed the formula actually, but I wasn't thinking. Vulcan set at 1. We're going to be changing that as well. Well cars do not matter. Okay, so skis off of here. Anybody else on here right now? No. Alright. So I can't really, well, I can try those the versions. So what I'm going to do is see if Mike will hold off on. I'll stay on the server for a bit, but I really want to. I thought I had all night to do this, so I had no idea that that was going to happen. But anyways, I'm going to change this to 6, maybe 5. Maybe I should have. I'm going to put this up here. So what I'll do is I'm going to put the variable here. Then I'm going to make some duplicates and see what kind of trains or configurations we end up with here. So for now I'm going to put it to 5, and I'm going to change that 7 to $F. Really doesn't matter. No, F $1. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is eliminate the less than 24 hours. We already have one at our ADM. That's okay. I'm not worried about that too much. 18 hours is okay. 28.8, 24. That's a good one. 28.8. So what this does is it actually it makes things a little bit more variable. I don't like that 14.4 at Conagra. It almost makes me want to bring the divider down a little bit more. To a little less, maybe. I mean, it's feasible, but it really doesn't matter. I mean, that's just the way that is, so it's not a big deal. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, put it that way. Okay. So there's another 14.4. I think that was just arbitrary data that was put in there. 20.4 makes sense. I mean, we're still going to run within a schedule. I think Union 76, that, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, I'm liking that data. So what's this making our cars turn into be? depending upon how the trains are configured. I can see there we got a 1.41, which isn't too bad. So this one's up because of the 30, which is okay, because what that means is there's the likelihood of that showing up now is even more prevalent, but not guaranteed. So that amber chemical actually starts getting more cars. So it could be showing up a couple cars per train, which is pretty good. The others are averages. And they're totally random too. Like for this one, the borax loader, chances are that that's going to show up on each train 1.5 times. Keep in mind that there's, you know, a fair amount of trains coming in, so how many cars we want to come in is also very dependent upon how we want to do things as well. Mind you, that one's a little bit different. Anyways, I'm looking at the wrong. It's set up at 24. I don't think that was changed. I mean, it can be. In fact, I think the idea there was that we were going to have the borax loader do things a little bit differently, but I'll leave that alone. It's 24 cars in 24 hours. See what happens there. Now that's interesting. That's something that we don't want. And we definitely don't want 67 cars showing up for the Cemex. But it's a lot better than what did we have before? So cars per day is an interesting factor. The divider to get to the average is at 1778. Let me play around with that for a bit and see how that goes. I don't think that matters as much. Even if I put it to 3, which is seems like a lot. I mean, I can divide it by 7. Put it to 7 for a minute. See, now that's divider to get it down to the 120 average. You're talking about, I think what that means is to get the average cars per day, you're getting it down to 20. So the average cars per day is a little above capacity there. A little above, a little above. See, that's getting 1,200 per day, which is way too much, but that's okay, because we're going to change that. in a moment. Now, wait a minute, what was I doing here? This here has to change. Shoot, I forget which, can I do a couple undos here? Alright. Well, I gotta go in and find out what exactly I have set up for my trains. What we may have to do is reduce these capacities down a little bit. The capacity part isn't the deal. Capacity is just what it's saying. It has nothing to do with. It has everything to do with balance. It's all about balance, as far as I can tell. So what I'll do, first of all, I want to post a message just to make sure that people are aware of what's happening. Okay. Light server down. So anyways, I can't get into my email, so hopefully Mike is checking this. Okay. I'm still working on this, and I don't want to rush things. I know Mike is available tonight. But since nobody was on and there was no announcement, I'd like to take my time with this. Yeah, that was kind of stupid, actually. Not to say that bots are reading my YouTube videos, but holy crap. Okay, so I'm not too sure. I did put my number there for a minute. So yeah, I want to deal with this, which means I got to go into single player, unfortunately. So everything's set up there. What I want to do is I want to get an idea as far as the train balance goes. I'm not going to worry about Yeah, I'm gonna have to exit then go back in order to. I don't think I have any. Yeah, I can't bail out unless I go to the. No, I can't do that, or else that shows the passwords. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to just go into Barstow. I don't need to launch a world or anything like that. I just have to be single player. Okay. So now I want to go into. That ain't what I want to go into. What do I want to go into here? That's not what I want. No, that's not what I want. What the hell do I want? AI traffic generation? Is that it? Maybe that's it. So Needle's main one. Okay, that's Needle's. Needle's main one still has a little bit, which is a little scary. UP Cedar's down. I haven't checked into these things too much. But now I want to go in and I want to check in. Colton Crossing's up there. Of course, Needles is going to be the top one. So now what I'm doing is I'm seeing what the balance is for the trains for the mixed freight. And yes, that's very high, and that was based on a number, a percentage, based on other trains that actually, in comparison, there's a lot. Bakersfield is one of those odd ones. So let me go in and actually I'll do that because I can see that okay. And I will go back into. I'm going to go into YouTube, my channel. Oh dang, I gotta start my laundry. I just remembered that. So if you guys got any questions, what I'll do is I'll pop this over here for a moment. Okay. I'm going to go into. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Alright, so I put the. So mostly I don't get these questions, just so you guys know. Okay, first of all, AI doesn't go into a yard on its own. You have to have a dispatcher human, either yourself or from a host, wrote it in for you. So of course there's going to be a delay here. By the way, just so you guys know, I normally do not check the screen because I'm busy with the main screen, not the chat. However, I will check in on this and check my phone. Okay, so I'm going to change the laundry now. Man, that thing looks wild. So I guess the chats will entertain yourselves, and of course there's a delay at everything, which is really weird, but give me yeah, about 5 minutes here, and then we'll start getting into some of the values and see how things go. So I'll be back. Okay, be back in a couple minutes. You guys got questions, go ahead and text me. Hey guys, I'll be there in a minute. Oh, I can't believe 6 people's watching this. Okay. Grab a quick snack and then I can start going on this again. What do I want? Chips, I guess. Okay. So yeah, I'm eating again. I can't believe it's freaking 8:15. Oh well. Okay, so nobody's got questions. Then I'll minimize this. I may check this later, but the main thing for me now is to focus on getting the train balance set up properly, the way I want it. So before I do that here, what happens is the way we have it set up, or at least the way I have it set up, is based on averages for when trains should spawn, what kind of trains should spawn. Don't mind me, it's Pringles barbecue, I think, or is it Pringles pizza? Oh, Pringles pizza, even better. Normally I'd have turkey bites or something like that. Wouldn't be so crunchy, but you know, it is what it is. So I make ski hungry, I heard last time I did that. Okay, so let me minimize this. Let's get down to dealing with things. Actually, I'm going to go right into the. I'm going to do a count, just a basic count to see what we're at. I'll put it in a notepad. Just to give me a basic count so that I'm figured where I'm at. So where are we at here? So Bakersfield, so of the mixed trains in Bakersfield, mixed freight, we have got, what do we got here? How many do we have? So three industries, and oh, maybe I'm going to have to do it this way. Oh, what the hell? I can't even think of the word. 3 locals. All right. How about L? 3 locals, and then 4 of the bridge. That's it. And there's a purpose to why I'm doing that, but I'll show you. 2 locals, 1, 2. No, what I'm doing here is I want to get a proper number. Now, this isn't to say that there'll be more trains or less trains. We'll deal with that at a later point. But for now, I want to get as close to the numbers that we want. No guarantees, but really? Okay. So I set up for 5 bridge traffic trains? Really? So by that account, I don't have anything coming, which really doesn't matter, but I don't have any manifest coming out of LA. at bridge stuff, which kind of makes, actually that kind of makes sense. I think maybe that was the purpose of that. Most stuff from Los Angeles isn't going to go to an industry that's local, because it's so local, right? Possible, but mostly unlikely. So maybe that's why I did that. I'm not too sure. I don't know what that's about. See, I see bare tables, which is really low. So there is some stuff coming out of there. I didn't think we did have anything going out of there, so I'm a little surprised. I thought they were all WSP, SPD. I thought we got rid of that. Okay, I'm confused. I could swear we got rid of that, and it's up to a level, but ah, crap. All right. There's the trains I wanted. So I got my ZWSP, all the stuff to San Bernardino. Holy smoke, kid. Which is a little weird. It's a little strange, actually, because I thought I was having them pop up here under mixed intermodal. I don't care about new updates. Bug off. Okay, so we do have them set up to come up to... Really? I didn't think I did that. But anyways, whatever. Alright. So we don't have to worry about manifest there. There is none, right? Okay, good. I think I barely see anything getting called from 1. Which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, or if that's right or wrong or whatever, but... Alright, let's take a look at Needles Main 2. Wow. 5 for industries, or five locals, 1 bridge out of Needles. That's crazy. So we might have to change that. But we'll see. See how it goes. Okay, Cedar. Mixed freight is at 0. Okay. Okay, from the Yuma sub, we got a little bit. Two are tagged for industries, 3 are not. I think I said that right. Let me double check. 2 are tagged, 3 are not. So 3 are bridge. Okay. Seiko, Sacco. That's all bridge. See, there's one issue we're having right away, and I can see this is happening. I might make an arbitrary change, but I'm not sure yet. There's nothing coming out of UP that is going to industries. It's all coming from BNSF. It doesn't really, I don't think it really matters too much. So far I see Umisub has 2 industry feeders. So not much. Mixed rate. Vincent, I don't think has any. Nope. UP Yermo, here we go. Let's see. Well, we're gonna need some. Those are bridge too? Okay, hold on a second here. So the Yuma sub's got 2 trains that are feeding industries, whereas BNSF is bringing in 8. So what you should be getting then is 10 trains per 24 hours that are actually going to locals, which brings the number to 1,200 approximately. Brings the number to approximately 1,200, which currently we are sitting at 24. I'm not too sure about that. Okay, that's a sum of everything. Hang on a second here. I had to think about this one for a minute. One, I gotta take out some of those. I gotta take out the ones that don't matter. So the well cars don't matter. The auto rack cars do matter. They do come in on some of the others. So okay, okay, we've already got. It looks like we already set that up pretty good. Passenger cars. Just making sure they're out of the equation. I just want to make sure that there's no other goofy things in here that are throwing off the equation. I don't see it. So in order to get, first of all, total cars per 24 hours isn't going to change unless the numbers get divided here, which is time. So So this is what we need to divide here. The reason why it's actually so high, or could be so high, is to balance what's going on the other way. The bottom line, what dictates the trains that actually spawn, is actually going to be the spawners. So really it doesn't matter what that number is. Again, it's the balance. It's all about the balance. But you have to have the right balance in order to get it to spawn the trains that you're hoping to achieve. So really, that number is a bit exaggerated. But it's telling you what it's setting up for, potentially. If you're going to get that number, what that's meaning is if you are actually allowing that to happen. And we're not allowing 20 trains. But if we're allowing 10 trains, chances are you're going to see that many cars get in there. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? But I want to take a look at the balance of what we're doing. Since we're doing an analysis of what yards are doing what, I want to go so far as to say who's getting the bulk of the work. First of all, let me take a look at the yard setup here and make sure it's fair, because I don't want to give West Colton a bunch of locals. The problem is Barstow is getting hammered with locals, whereas West Colton's not getting as many. The thing is this: if UP is the one that's originating a lot of the traffic, then UP should be handling it, not BNSF sends it and that's the way it is, and you know, good luck at that. So I don't want to get into war with Tony, that's for sure. But let me take a look here. Receiving yard. First of all, you got a bigger hump. Or do you? No, you don't. I thought you did. Let's take a look here. I could be reading things wrong. Yeah, there's a little bit. You got a little bit more for sorting, which is good. I don't know what the hump configurations are. It doesn't really matter. Length. It should be the handle. Should have no problem handling. this isn't as far as on the Transcon as opposed to Barstow. So in reality, it should be handling more local traffic than it is bridge traffic. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any. I'm just saying I mean, if it comes to that point, then we got to ask ourselves, okay, well, how many cars are we dealing with here? And is it just that BNSF is handling too many? Possible. How many cars do we really want to handle? Would be the bigger question. But I think UP should be handling more locals. Otherwise, they're gonna get it one way or another. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're not necessarily gonna get it, because I'm looking at. Okay, I already did the bowl. Departure yard is, I think it's a little bit smaller, if I'm not mistaken. Lengthwise, I can't remember. Everything to me seems to point that they can handle it. I don't think they use alternate tags like we do, like a local tag and all that other stuff. The receiving yard, tiny bit smaller, but not much. Then again, they're not dealing with as much traffic. I know that. As far as, so I don't want to give them too much, but so let's take a look at this and then try to formulate a plan here. At what the industries actually are, and I'll use these capacities here. Okay, so I'm going to use the definite ones that are for us over here. Where are some of these numbers coming from here? For a second here. Okay, so that's coming just over here. Okay, that's already summed into the equation. So that's good. That's definitely good to know. So BNSF is, I want to get a percentage eventually, but we'll deal with that shortly. Borax is definitely... See, that shouldn't be in there. That test one shouldn't be in there. That's a test only. And I missed it. So delete those. So that says test only. It's basically it right there. Yard info only is the other one there. Okay. So yeah, that's Barstow. And a lot of these industries, I mean, my God, some of these industries don't even exist or shouldn't be existing. It's kind of crazy. Those we need to change anyways, because there's no dang way we're getting 24. But that's the problem, is we're getting too many of them, and that as far as I'm concerned, if the quarry is going to cause that much of an issue, I'd rather get rid of it. See, when you put, see that alone, if you put time into that, watch, I'll show you. So you put the Cemex quarries, which, you know, whatever they're taking, like, see how that limits, that really brings it down. See, that now puts it to 24. I mean, how at some point, like, what do you want to put that at to make it even useful? I don't know. Maybe we have to have it so that we're still tagging cars in some of these industries, such as quarries. Possible. Or we just wait and see. Run it once. I don't know. It's a pain because when those cars show up, it's stupid. So you're kind of, like I said, you're in a rock between your rock quarry. In a rock between a hard place. Yeah. I know what I was thinking. But anyways, okay. How much is that? See, that's still half your cars right there. See that? Over half your cars is still coming into Cemex, so that's something that has to change, which we will. As I said before, the other way to deal with that is to blow up your capacity. But you can't, we can only blow it up so far, and that was what I was hoping to do tonight. I was hoping to blow up the capacity several times up there, but anyways. Dixieland Lumber, Edwards Air Force Base. Frito-Lay, okay, so that's all geo drilling. I forgot Goodyear Tire. I don't understand this thing. This ULAC back thing. I still haven't figured that one out. What the hell that's supposed to be all about. Because we currently have it set at 15, but I don't even know what it is. Honestly, I don't. I think it just eventually creates a train or something. I don't even know what the hell it's for. Honestly, I don't understand that train. I wish I was just part of the locals and say the hell with the rest. So, yeah, so it's BNSF, but whatever. El Cal 103. Like a zoo upstairs. You got dogs barking like crazy or kids running around. So you're most technically a UP job, even though we do have stuff. Nevo. Speaking of stuff that we should get rid of, I mean Newberry. That's another one that I don't know what we did. We never changed that. That was like going to Paramount or some stupid thing like that. It made no sense to me. But whatever. North America, Omia. So the whole idea here, at least, and I don't want to step on Tony's toes either, is to know what's coming out of unit outbound Riverside Cement. So that's fine. Holy smoke. It's like constant. I'm sure you guys are hearing that. Just like constant banging. I mean, at least they shut the hell up. I don't know when it's time to sleep, or else I'd be raising hell, to say the least. I still don't know what the hell that's. Oh, that's West Colton. That's Yermo. I don't care about that, even though it's a Yermo grain transfer, which whatever. Okay. So I could do a sum of everything. I don't know if I want to even. Do I even have a sum of everything? Let me just put that in there for a minute. I'm just curious. G2, G163. So yeah, it really doesn't matter anyways, because that's the total cars per 24 hours. So that's kind of why that's like that, and it's already. Oh my god, I'm getting a headache. What I'm gonna do here, just for a moment, I wanna check what the BNSF approximate. Oh dang, that sucks. Okay, what are we missing in between here? Is there like some bunch of ones? Just the ones and stuff like that. I ain't worried about that too much. Even what's coming to the industries, I'm not worried about that too much. I just want to do a rough estimate, and then we'll figure it out. I mean, there's 16 well cars there. There's well, there's a whole whack of BNSF, which really doesn't help the matter. Jesus, Murphy. I'm trying to piece together the data as best I can. Well, let's see if I can add it in my head. How about that? As scary as it is. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20, 32, 92, 101, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, maybe 5, 165, 75, 85, 95, 200, 210, 206, 216, 220, 228, 230, 242, 250, 258, 1458. Of course, that's going to change. $18.58. That's ain't gonna work. 1868. The number is going to be distorted because of, I think, this. Yeah, that's oh man. Because the BNSF's already is distorting the number, which we wanted to stop to begin with. I don't want to get focused too much on that. All right. Let me take a look at the UP trains just for a moment, and then I want to see. Hopefully I can balance it from the BNSF side. If it warrants only, like, even if I bring it down for the number of cars, because I want to make what I want to make sure. Here's what I'm doing. I want to make sure we're not bringing in too many manifest cars per 24-hour period. That's why I'm doing this. Ideally, I would like to have UP take its portion, because I got a funny feeling UP should be taking a lot more, although the way it's configured right now, BNSF is taking a lot more, and which is causing West Colton to deal a lot with BNSF's crap. Crap that shouldn't even be there, quite honestly. And that's those the CMX hoppers. But because we're going down to 24 hour, or we're going down to a pause at 24 hours, we're able to reduce the clock or whatever. That gives us a little bit more leverage. So let's deal with this. Yeah, what am I doing? So many freaking combinations of keys, and I can't remember. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, so yeah, I do not want to change anything that he has set up. I can't remember where they are. So that was Yermo. BK was the other one. he's only bringing in 10 or 2, I think, was total. Was that what I was saying? 3 bridge there, 3 bridge there. Yuma, he's got 2 more. So he's really getting them all coming in from Yuma. Whatever that percentage turns out to be, and it depends. It all depends upon the weight of the actual trade itself. Okay, I'm not going to change. I don't want to change any of that. Let me go back to the data one more time. Actually, I'll check YouTube. Nothing. Good. The way I like it. Okay. Here we go. Never mind the BNSF side. Let me just go forward here. The total cars per 24 hours means nothing. If we were to double the capacity, so I have a sum. What was the set up for 2,413 cars per day right now. Which basically divided that by 120 means we would need 20 trains to cover that much. At least that's the way it's set up. And as long as we keep things the way they're set up, that's what's going to come into play. I can't concentrate with that crap going on upstairs. It is just so frustrating. I mean, I know it's kids, and I know they're playing with the dogs and everything, but my God. Put the kid to sleep. Holy crap! I mean, this whole apartment is shaking because of that. I'm gonna have to have a talk with them. This is ridiculous. Alright. I'm going to take a break, and hopefully the little kitty's going to go home. Or the dog is going to be put to sleep or something. I don't know. Sleeping, not put to sleep. Sounded cruel. I got to change my laundry anyways, so hopefully this will calm down in a few minutes so I can actually think properly. Anytime I want to do anything around here, I swear. Oh, wait. Alright, so give me a few minutes. It's going to change. Hopefully I have a dryer because I didn't have that a few minutes ago, and I'll see if I can dry the clothes, and then we'll be back. Okay, so it's about 9 Eastern. Gotta make a little bit of progress here. Fortunately, well, there's a few revelations. Number one, the fact that we can pause helped. At least a little bit. But it's still causing an interesting dynamic, to say the least. So, I'm going to change this to CPD for cars per day. And CPT for cars per train. Now, okay, this is available. So I'm gonna take this description down. Divider to bring down alright, well, we'll leave that for now. That should do, at least get me started. How many trains did I say we had currently? Now, mind you, I mean, we are a bridge route. We are getting a lot more stuff coming in. SJVR could technically be used for both. There's a lot of arguments. I'm not going to worry about the differences between BNSF and UP too much, anyways. Yuma is bringing in 2 trains, whereas they're bringing 20% of the trains, so it looks like we got, if my numbers are correct, we have 10 locals, 10 legitimate locals. So that's interesting. I'm going to set this so cars per day. I don't know where that number is coming into. Oh, I see. Cars per generated? So what I'm doing there is I'm actually going to multiply it, the cars per train. So I'm going to take equals to what's generated here. K3. I'm going to call it times 10 for now. Actually, let me put that here. And that way I know. Perfect. So day, train, and the generated number is right there. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to just multiply that by 10, which really gives me, it's pretty easy math, which is kind of cool. K3 times, but it allows me to change the dynamic of it, which is kind of what I want to do. Again, cars per train is actually the figure that's coming up of what the system should go if everything goes to plan. L1 dollar. I don't want dollar. That's the anchor. $1. All right. What is that summing up to here? Well, that was kind of stupid. I don't even know what the hell I was trying to think there. So it's going to come up with 1,200. I guess. I don't know what the hell I was thinking here. I guess that was so I can see how many cars are actually coming into the world, in theory. I guess. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Like, are we getting enough cars? Are we getting too many cars? I don't know. I have no idea what my train of thought was on that. So I'm looking at these. Advanced drainage, not bad. Again, that's okay. 1.7, not too bad. Alon's okay. I'm okay with those numbers. Amber chemicals at 30. We're getting only 17, but again, things start changing. So I'm going to put this as a, I don't know if I want to put a number. Purple? Ooh, can't even see that. I always use cyan here. How about that? Because that's a little low. I wouldn't mind getting it a little bit higher if we're going to generate 10 trains. And Barstow is going to be the busier one, but then again, Barstow tends to be the more popular one anyways, so whatever. Arthur J. Daniels, Midland, everything's looking pretty close to where we want it. Those are a little bit low compared to where we want it. That's too high. We don't want 12 cars going to Horizon Mills. But again, we know why that is. We know why that's happening, because it's a one-to-one system, and that's not good. Likewise, we've got 596. So those are too low, or too high, I should say, sorry. Way too high. Open. What the heck am I doing there with 1? I'm curious. So what exactly did I do with Semix? I'm just curious. There's the 2-bay covered hoppers. Oh, that's because that's bridge. We don't want that. Now or not bridge. That's a unit train. We don't want that. So it's too much. Simex itself, the box cars, that's fine. The quarry, again, too much. We want to deal with that. And there is going to be ways of, I think, at least trying to deal with some of this. Right now the 2-bay covered hoppers is just way too much. That's not too bad. Everything else looks kinda cool. Again, capacity. Holy crap. Greenstone Solutions, which probably doesn't even exist, but anyways, you know. You know how it is. The geo drilling fluid is, yeah, it's okay. I like those. I like Goodyear tire. I like that some of these are actually having some fairly decent, predictable numbers. It's the ones that we wanted to. Ejastrol's at 10. I don't know why it was. Again, I don't know. I just don't get that. So a lot's doing okay. Tank cars at Kamara, it's not a big deal. We don't have to have that huge number. I'm not worried about that. We're okay there. Again, I'm not worried about those things too much, especially not a monolith. I don't care. Capacity's not, and I haven't even gotten into the types yet. Piggyback flat car, that I'm just gonna put over to here to that because we're not dealing with those anyways. I don't know why I even had a formula for that. Newberry ballast pit, which is cute. Which, according to this, they all go to Paramount, which is a closed loop, which could spell trouble. Yeah, that's gonna spell trouble right there. Because when it's a closed loop like that, it actually brings in why is that going Bakersfield then Paramount? That industry is just is asking for trouble. Holy crap, kid. Does that kid ever run out of energy? He's just like running back and forth. Run, 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 run. Alright, so Paramount Petroleum. The problem with that is we have cars that are being called up on both sides to service those industries. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to have a talk with them. This is ridiculous. Any night I want to think. Like, people live here, you know? Most of the time it's fine. Honestly, it's fine. I kid you not. Most of the time it is fine here. The kid doesn't live there, so he's kind of like my son. You know, he'll come over, whatever. I don't think I've had my son running around the place like this, and I hear everything. Like, I hear like every single bang, everything, because I'm in the basement. So even if my kid was running around, nobody would hear him unless he was screaming, which that kid screams quite a bit because she's all excited about the dogs and whatever. But it's just, you know, every time I want to think bang, bang, or scream. Eventually, hopefully they'll go home because she doesn't live there. So I guess she likes the dogs. Oh, that's great. I like my peace and quiet. Alright. And of course now it gets quiet now that I'm reminiscing on my issues. So, Paramount Petroleum, let me think about this here. This is another closed loop. This is kind of like the rock quarry thing because it's going back and forth. And I gotta... If that's the case, then I have to deal with this. This is the kind of thing that when it was set up, it was really not thought through. How can you have a relationship between two, like an industry, and call in new cars to replace it? You know, it just, a lot of this was like kind of like I said, there's days where I wish we went into it and did it from scratch. And there's one of them. I mean, it just makes no sense. So I'll deal with that. You know, like right now it's like 14 cars. It's not too bad. But there's still, every 24 hours we're going to see. What happens is another 19 or 20 cars enter the system and end up going into that whole buildup of cars that it's the same. It's really the same thing that goes on when it goes when you're talking about the rock quarry. It's the same thing. You end up getting a buildup and then you can't do anything about it. Unless, of course, we start sending it into different places besides Paramount Petroleum. Which really, at this point, I could care less. That's an easy fix. So, I don't know. I don't even want to think about that right now. We'll deal with it. I'm not going to deal with it tonight. I'm not even going to worry about it. It's out of my mind. Alright. Or I'm out of my mind. So yeah, the numbers don't have to be a capacity. They can be much lower. Unit outbound at Riverside. Okay, so yeah, that's that again. It's too high. We don't want to deal with... Oh, God, that color looks screwy. Okay, we don't want to deal with... You guys got to be hearing that. I mean, seriously. If I hear that kid's going home, as soon as he goes home, I'm gonna yell up, "Hooray!" I get along with the guy good. Everything's fine. Just, I don't know. So Tricor has... That's okay too. I'm totally I'm totally cool with that. Having 30 cars come into the system. All good. As long as these are... Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's NCC? Is this another one of these stupid... How do you... No. That's MCC, Mitsubishi Cement. What is that? I have no idea what that is, and I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just assume it's going somewhere. How about that? Vulcan's too high. It's another one that we run into. So anytime we get into these little issues here, it's coming. But as you can see, the more it comes realistic or it's not shattered. This is where, had I been able to take this and multiply these by 100 and keep that at 1, like watch this, 0.01. You see what I mean? See how that number changes now? But I can't do that because I'm limited to 100 car capacity. I'm limited to seven day with the other. So there's only so far I can manipulate it, and then it ain't gonna work. All right, so I'm looking at the numbers there. It's like 22. Got way too much here. So now I want to deal with times. Oh yeah, I was going to split these. Divider to bring down the number of hours from running to real time. So I had it divided by 7. Let's divide it by 6. I thought I already changed that number. So that brings the I'm looking at the borax loader now. I'm not too worried about the other things. So, like amber chemical. See there, I don't want to bring that. It's okay, actually. That's, but if I bring it down to 2, all of a sudden it's really making amber chemical not do much. I'm gonna lock these here for a minute, or freeze the frame. I think things are finally settling down. That for there. Reason why I'm looking at this now is how that plays in. But I gotta figure out, once I figure out that, then I'm gonna start manipulating the ones that are offset. Can I multiply anymore? Capacity. Capacity I might be able to multiply at least by 1, or sorry, by 2 I should say. What's the biggest capacity I have right now? That's at 50. The two bay cover hoppers. So I really don't care about that one. In fact, I can bring that one down because it really doesn't matter. Those I'll deal with. So I'm thinking of multiplying by 4. I can deal with that. 596. Yeah, again, I can play around with that. So right now, multiplying by 4 seems to be the easiest one, like here, like that one. And again, once I start messing around with them, then things start falling into where I want them. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to call that old C for old capacity. And then I will edit the values only. Perfect. Now, so I'm going to call it CP. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Okay, so that one there. The capacity, I'm going to call it the capacity and time manipulator, because that's what it is. We're basically manipulating what we want to see here. So what did I say, 4? Okay, here's how we do it. And we're now, I can move this over. And we're at 929. Let me take a look at the everything else is going. Wow, I got 7 people still watching. That's cool. Hopefully I'm not boring you too much and this is interesting, but you can see the balance is changing whatever you do here. So we're going to put that to a multiplier. So I'm going to take the equals G3, multiply it by H, why am I doing H? H $1. Dollar is an anchor, which means when I copy it, for those of you who don't know the spreadsheet lingos, that anchors it to 1 so that I can copy it and then the formulas will change. So see, now I'm at 16. I'm worried about the orange stuff, that can stay. So what happens here is this allows me now. I can't do 120. We know that, so that's okay. We got the old capacity beside it. Everything's fine. Um, did that even change anything? It should. No, it didn't. Okay, what's going on there? K3. Why isn't that changing? K3 should have changed. K3 divided by K165. Oh, I guess because the sum doesn't change any, so that's... Oh, I know why. Sorry. We do want that multiplier in there, but we're gonna manipulate it further. I'll show you what I mean. So over here, this we want, so that we wanted to do, so we max out. So you got the 2 bay cover hoppers. That's okay, because we're gonna change that anyways. Because there's no way we want that. Now for time, I'm thinking that we want to go, let's go 5. And what that does is that changes the loading time a little bit. AFG, I'm not too worried about that. The 28/8, that's okay. Everything else there is fine. We've got a few 14/4s, some 33/6s. I mean, we could try a 4, but I don't want to push it. Now the cool thing is every day it runs that train, things will change a bit. So that's kind of cool, actually. I don't want to push it too much. I do want to have some that do 24 hours. Like there's some there, consolidated grain, boxcars, covered hoppers. So that's okay. Maybe we'll use the factor of 4. It's looking pretty good. I like the idea that it could take more than a day to load, whereas other industries that are more, I don't know, dominant, or... And we can always change those later. Those numbers don't matter too much. Okay, so here's where all this factors in. So we see this capacity here for amber chemical tank cars. What we want to do there, of course, we're maxing it out. Now, unfortunately, that's still a little low as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm doing is I'm putting in an adjustment with green. So in order to get more into there, see what's happening. So now we're going to make it a 24-hour industry. See? So we're okay. So there we're actually manipulating it so that it is going to give us a better number. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we'll keep that under watch. Now stuff over here, unfortunately, those we're going to have to bring those to 100, which of course brings the number down. 15's not too bad, honestly. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that number. So this is where the multiplier is working as it should. Okay. So we bring that down to 100. Now we've got way too many numbers here. Had to think, oh yeah, we're at capacity. So now here we go 1. See what I mean? Now it drops. That's still high, Horizon Mills, but you're down to 3. So we're minimizing it to 1. Unfortunately for this, we have to, if we go 8, that's more potential. So I had to put in sets to get that to work. The open hopper, 2-bay hopper, same thing. Some X, we can do it. We can try an 8. We can do 8-1. Again, that's perfect. And then this sucker right over here, 1, we're going to put that to 100, which brings us down to 500. So we're still getting 110 cars. See, now we can manipulate that all we want. Yeah, see, 8 I don't mind. 8 for 8 hours. That's not too bad. You're basically switching it and then letting the unloading system deal with it instead of rapid or whatever. 50. I keep forgetting if we're in time or capacity and time. Go back to there. So it is capacity. So I'm going to call this, I just want to, so this is a time and capacity. just so I know what the heck we're dealing with here. Alright, so now things finally calmed down upstairs. So yeah, the old capacity was 50. We're kind of at that right there. So even if I was to... No, I want to go the other way, sorry. Doesn't have to be. That's not bad. So now I'll set it at 25. It's half of what it was, but that's okay because it doesn't have to be the actual capacity. That's only a set. The quarry and the rock, this is ridiculous. I'm putting those to 24 hours now. And then as far as the capacity goes, of course we want that to 1. I could up that even further to 48. Which means only every 2 days. I don't know. That's a tough one. The odd one's going to get in there. And my thought on that is, have it repair or whatever, or it came, whatever. So let's just leave that. We'll deal with it. We're at 9:43. I don't want to spend too much time tonight. Church and... No, that's... What am I doing? Church and Dwight. That doesn't matter. And then finally here, Riverside Cement was too big. So what was I doing? 8 hours here. Oops. Yeah, that's what I want, right? So Riverside Cement brings in an open hopper every now and then. We could say it's from a hot box or whatever. Those make sense to have the odd one, so I'm not worried about that. If one comes in per day, it's a lot, but we'll just say it comes in. Right now it's set at 25.5, but that's for the other industries, so what did I put it? Did I put the other ones at 8.1? Some are 24.1, some are at 8.1. Borax I got at 43. Which used to be low. Hold on a second here. Yeah, it's a little strange. So that brings it at 23. I'm not too sure what that will... That's okay. That's good. Like I said, everything you change will change the balance of everything else, which is okay. So the old was 28. We're at 23 now, so that's okay. Or yeah, no, that's about right. Okay. .3 of the open hoppers, we figured that. And of course down here, Vulcan, we don't want anything going there. Bring that to 8. So the odd one's going to come in. Not a big deal. And I mean the odd one. You might see one car every, basically the way we play, one car every few weeks will come in, but it's set up for about one car every 24 hours. So now, with that in mind, and that's assuming the 10 trains, that should give us the balance that we're really looking for here. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take the old out. And I'm going to hide that because I'm going to change these all anyways. I think I wanted to do that. Cars per train, cars per... I'm not too sure what the old one... Actually, don't matter now. Let me undo that for a minute. Undo that. I just want to make sure that this one here, cars per game. So we got 30. That was a little low, but actually that's high now. See what I mean? Everything changes as soon as you start messing around too much. See, now we got 47. That's actually too high. Oh, it's too high, so that's too low. It was too low, but now, okay. Again, we gotta see where it balances. Watch. So you got 24 there. That's okay. I could take boron doing it. That doesn't matter. So we're open hoppers, horizon. You know, not exactly what I would call, but those are the factor ones that we're looking at. 1.4 Riverside cement open hoppers. Again, 1.4. Okay. So I'm pretty comfortable with that then. We will still take on 80%. BNSF Barstow is going to take on 80% of the locals, which just means that we're probably going to be, well, it means we'll have a, whatever. It don't matter. Okay, so we'll hide this column. I gotta hide that column, and now I'm going to take a quick look at what the cars per train is starting to look like now with these changes. This is a 120 car average train, so 84 lumber, you know, might have a car, and then you have your time delays here too, so that they come in, you know, they may or may not be ready to be serviced. So if they're not ready to be serviced, then you don't switch half the cars at the industry. You want to switch the whole one usually, but you know, whatever. And sometimes the cars will come in, other times they won't. So it plays a role. So it's pretty good. Like Galon USA, you're going to be seeing each train's going to have about one. Couple tank cars here, and this is all going to be Arthur Daniels. Midland's going to have one. But you can see the numbers here aren't too high, like the crazy stuff that we were getting. Like Greenstone's getting a couple cars. These are all very reasonable numbers. Nothing like sticks out like a sore thumb. Some empty tank car, like everything's looking pretty balanced now. So I think we're good. I think we can go with these and keep in mind the limits that we have set. We know we've set them, so that's fine. What I will do is I will put this over here. First of all, let me just check to make sure that there's any more questions. Yeah, we're looking good there. We still got 5 people watching. We're gonna add these in, and I'm gonna test spawn a few trains just to give you an idea of what they look like in comparison. So check my wiki activity real quick here too. It's 9:52 p.m. Everything else looks fine. Back to bouncing around upstairs, which is fine because all I'm going in right now is to change the configuration. I'm not going to change the trains. What I'll do is I'm going to talk to Tony about changing that at some point. Because I think he needs to take in more than the 2. Considering that UP is going to get more than that. It should be closer to a 50-50, I think. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong on that, but that's just what I'm thinking. But yeah, the cars per generation, of course, is how many cars are being generated is important. So we're generating approximately 1,200 cars into the system for locals, assuming. And once we get this time system, we're frozen, I think, right now at 0400. I think we're starting on the 21st. We're hoping that if the freeze doesn't work and we're still running into issues, then we'll have to figure out what the heck's going on for one. I'm gonna assume it had something to do with going back with the backups, and then something got, I don't know what. We don't know what. I just don't. Something happened that we don't understand. Let's put it that way. It's been inconclusive. So let's just deal with, I feel like getting a drink or something. No, not a hard liquor or anything like that. Let's go in and start dealing. I'm going to change the clock on this here for a minute. Maybe not that late. Hold that. Maybe not that. How about this? Alright, that's getting later. Yeah. Well, I could go with 1 more hour. What's 1 more hour? Yeah, I don't mind the lights coming on, as long as I can see what the hell I'm doing. That's all I care about. There. Alright. So now I'll look into the configuration. And we're going to adjust. Do I want to do a data sort? I really should. Actually, you know something? I'm going to do a data sort. Which means I gotta play around with this. Oh geez. This could get interesting. I'm going to view this. There we go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do a data sort here. But in order to get that going, I have to do, I said I was going to get a drink. Here, I'll do this real quick. I understand how their system does it. It's just for sorting purposes, if we want to, and I know I haven't changed boron local. I want to, but I haven't. What this should do is once we got it sorted, it'll be easier for me to apply the changes into data entry. Otherwise, I'm going to be all over the place, and I don't want to do that. And the other thing too, I've mentioned this before, as we're coming on to 10 o'clock Eastern now. I did put a post out there. One, let me deal with. I've seen some messages about how things are confusing, or things are, and some people are very new. I get that. I've seen. Wow, Nebo's getting a lot. I just realized that. I wanted to change that. Oh well. Well. I'll leave Nebo in for now. I don't want to doofus around with this thing anymore. I just want to get some data in there, and then we'll have a discussion about Nebo and some of the other ones. But anyways, what I was saying is I saw a mention tonight, and it was how some of the new stuff that's going in was basically the first time it was understandable, because there's so much information on the Wikia. Now I understand that, but at the same time, number one, it takes, as I replied, it takes a lot for me to be able to go through this and to have a life and to try and do things. They're back to noise as soon as I start wanting to talk. I thought they were settling down, but I guess not. Wishful thinking. So what I did, and what I have done for a long time, is the Wikia, people can write articles, and some people do. And then, if the articles are there, we can link them. So anybody has the power to do it. It shouldn't be up to the admins to do. Yes, we have some things that are restricted to admins. Posting a message, it's going to get buried eventually. Messages are all discussions, and I know some people don't understand what the wiki is and how it works and what the power is. But that's the whole power of it, is being able to write articles and to store data, to archive information. That's what that's all about. And I posted a message not too long ago, and this got me thinking about it, because I looked at some of these things like Nebo and stuff like that. Nebo hasn't been used, I don't know in how long, but I posted a message a few days back, and I said, and it was a call out for people to do some research for me. Just go into, if you got the time and you want to help us out, go in to Google Earth. It's a free program. Google Earth has historical data, which allows you to explore the industries that are in the real world, and allows you to see dates and times in the past. And I was hoping that people were going to jump at that, and I haven't had anybody. So if things aren't the way you want them to be, people have the power to change that. And it's up to people to get in there to actually you know, the direction. It shouldn't be up to Mike to deal with California on his own. He shouldn't be the one that has to do it. This is why I'm taking the time out of my fun time. I could be running Barstow right now and having fun doing it. Instead, I'm doing this data stuff. Now this isn't so bad because this. Whoops. Shouldn't type while I'm. This stuff isn't so bad actually, so it's pretty cool. Why is RealWix a 16 capacity? Holy crap! You can only hold 10 cars at RealWix. Are you kidding me? Oh wait a minute, that's why. Oh, okay. Oops, because we multiplied it. But that brought it to a 10. I gotta see this for a minute. Okay. It brought it to a 10, but yeah, this was already a little too high. Well, that's okay. We can make and going forward, it's going to be little adjustments, not big ones. They gotta be little adjustments. I'm not going to worry about RealWix at this point because it's got a time of 18, which means we could always run a second. I think there is a second Cadiz. Ski would know that for sure. I think there was a second Cadiz. So if it gets too bogged down, then we run another one. But yeah, I'm not too comfy with that one. Maybe for that one, I'm going to. There, I'm going to put that one an adjustment. If we find that certain ones are going over capacity or stuff like that, it's because there's too many cars coming in. That's all that's for. Otherwise, we should be okay. So I'm going to hide that column. So that was what that's about. So I suppose I should take a look at that before I get too carried away to make sure that we are indeed not overburdening the yards as much, or the industries as much as possible. And I was going to get a drink, so yeah. So yeah, maybe I'll take a look at this here. Time I don't care too much about, but all right, let's just take a look at what our capacities are moving forward here. Capacities per generation. So capacity per train, capacity per it should be capacity per cycle, I guess. CPC. I don't know what G means. Generate day train. Okay, fine. I'll just leave it. I don't know what that means. I guess that what's been generated is the key here. So the old capacities for, wow, we're up there to some of them. And the times are really high too. Well, this is where we can change some, I guess. Capacities are too high on those. So 8. Eight, 6. Wow, I'm going in to really adjust a lot of that crap. Ah, I got a text message. Even AFG is a weird one, but I don't even know what that exactly is. Some of these I don't even know what that is. Oh, cool. So I don't know if are you still watching me ski? Yeah, that was earlier. I'll keep that as a text message. I know you said you were going to set it up, but then once we figured out what was going on, I think we were fine. I didn't. Hopefully, you didn't do that for my benefit, because I all I wanted to do was just test that. And then when Mike was there, I was just like, oh, okay, we're fine. But yeah, that's okay. I mean, you want me to test out your server sometime? Let me know. I'm okay tonight. Um, yeah, okay. He must be listening. I know he was there. Whee! One message. Yes. All right. Awesome. But yeah, I'll test it out sometime. Or anything he wants to. Anything you want to test out. So capacity 36. Or no, this is the old one right here. 9. Yay. See, I'm not too sure if this is real capacity or if this is, you know, I don't know. So I'm making some adjustments. Of course, that's going to throw everything else off, because everything you adjust, it's a yin and a yang type thing. Again. And I'm looking at the time as well on that. So something must have really went bonkers there for a bit. Boron, I know we're okay. We can handle that. Brown's Lager. Cargill Horizon Mills. Yeah, never mind that. Okay, old capacity. So some I had like way off there. A chem tool, like I got box. I know it's not that low, so. Oh well, if we find something's getting over capacity, then we'll deal with it. So this is 14 and then 6. It's a little high, but I'll say okay, whatever. That's the fact that it's going every 36 hours too is a little weird, but you know, whatever. I just want to get to dealing with the numbers, crunching them and seeing how it goes. Yeah, some of these are up high. And like I said, if we gotta run a second or whatever, if we have too much, then we back off on the number of trains coming in. That's another way of dealing with it. King Pack potato, holy crap. I gotta be careful what. See, if I'm doing too many, then like I said, yin and yang, and then all of a sudden everything starts changing. But it's not going to be perfect. It's going to probably take more adjustments. Like Mitsubishi Cement. There's a lot of cars coming in. Yeah, I should have. Why did I not see that? It's just too many. It's too many cars. Well, then I can try something different here. Hang on a second here. Let me put that at 3.5. Trying to see an example. Okay, that's a little better, I think. No, it's still too high. So yeah, I want to get to this really soon. So we had that at 50, which is quite a bit actually. Man, that's a lot of cars. So we're still a little high there. I want to see what we're at here. Oh, okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we were at a number that was bringing that down. Niagara's not too bad. I think it could take more than 2, but yeah, I'll put that there. Dixieland Lumber, yeah, whatever. Edwards Air Force Base. That's one I wanted to get rid of. There we go. How about that? Frito-Lay, I think that's okay. Yeah, we'll put it at 16. Again, I'll be adjusting this all night and then never be... Why is that greenstone at 23? Holy crap. I think those capacities are okay if I remember right, but I'm not 100% sure. Jastro I don't mind. I don't mind that going up. KWS I don't mind either. KingPack's got a lot. As you can see, there's the you make one adjustment for all, and then you gotta slowly just start balancing it. Like, look at that, man. I don't even know if Mitsubishi Cement can handle it. Well, maybe by the number of trains, like, we bring it down, then we'll be okay, but I don't know. Old capacity 3. Monolith's okay, I'm not worried about that. That's a little too high, though. The open hoppers is like, yikes. Two bay covered is around 33. So of course I'm going to have to go through this again. Jesus, Murphy. I was hoping to have an early night tonight. It's getting there. See, but all the numbers are starting to go up now because I'm making all these adjustments. You see what I'm doing there, right? And yeah, I might have to go through and slowly adjust these one more time. Unfortunately. Okay, let me look through one more time. See if we're getting close to where we want to be. Ugh. There's just some that, you know. I'm going the wrong way there. How about that? I'm starting to look. I like the looks of it now. That's okay. Heart Brothers potatoes, I can handle that. Brown's Lager Company, not really. So see, now we're making fewer adjustments. Some X we're back at the 40s again because we had this multiplier going around here. We're back down to one car there. This is what happens when you get the multipliers, right? We don't want to have 49 cars. Well, no, actually, no, we're right on. That was the old capacity, so okay. I'm okay with that. I'm not too okay with that, though. You know, There's gonna get some. We're gonna get some coal from different places. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of it. But to give up the ability not to be able to do that, I'll put it to 12. So what that means is every couple of days you can't do anything. With this here, Simex, I gotta change that anyways. Oops. What did I have it at? I screwed that up. I had that fine, and then I screwed it up. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, yeah. The quarry, I don't care. Does that mean I can't use the quarry for like a week or so? Or that's like a month? I don't know. I don't know what that means. People want to empty and load the thing. I don't care. I don't want them in the yards. How about that? Once a month, somebody's gonna run it. I bet you nobody's run that thing. I bet you. And we're you know, going through to try to facilitate that. It's just like, it's horrible. Okay, so everything's looking good there. Yeah, we're good. I don't mind one there. How about this one here? I'm going to put in, just so I can see a little bit, very percentage, or percentage of so percentage of old capacity is what that figure is. So what I'm doing here is I am putting that number equals M3. Wow, it's 10:30. I gotta get these in. And I wanted to have a drink. Do I want to? Yeah, I'm gonna put it as a percentage. So format number percentage. Perfect. Perfecto. So that's what I want to see. So we got a few that's over capacity. I'll make some slight adjustments on those. Not too bad though. Those are normal to see those. So I could have changed, or I could have kept the formula in. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to slightly put that up, 2.5. Just to see how it's looking. Why does it say it's at 188%? No, I got the wrong number in there. Ah, freak. Percentage of the old capacity, not the new capacity, you dork. Okay, yeah, that's a more scarier number. So what I'm seeing is I wanna see where it's actually hitting the capacity levels, and then I'll adjust accordingly. And you can see this is a lot of balance through the numbers. It's a lot of tweaking the data. Holy, ugh, that don't look good. Percentage of old capacities up there. Okay, so we got some pretty high numbers. Let me put that back to 2. What's interesting is things start changing. Depending upon if the formula's in. Ugh. Which is okay if I have them set, but yeah, old capacity. I gotta stop adjusting. Well, what I could do is I could just take down the number of trains, and that could keep things a little better for me. AFG's not too bad. I'm not worried about that. I think that's actually that's a kind of a deceiving number. I should have done it as a higher number anyways. You know, I might just go with this here. I don't want to mess around anymore. We can always tweak it later. Slowly tweak it. Was there any other weird things in here that we had issues with? Well, that's 44 per total. Okay, now we're fine there, actually. So I think we're good. Again, this one here, this is so we get the odd load. I don't know. We want to do 24? 12? See, that's a little high. That's okay. I don't mind that. The quarry's down because we already set some new values for that. Open hopper, yeah, a couple. Like I said, a couple coming in. It's not a big deal. I don't know where they would come in. I mean, you get a lot of coal trains and stuff like that, and they could be hot boxes along the way. It's just, I don't know. It's probably not even going to be noticeable. The odd grain car, I don't know. I'm not worried about borax. That's fine. Amber chemicals, we're looking good. I'm just going with it. That's all there is to it. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to plug these numbers in. I'm going to take out the old, in with the new, and then I will submit it. We'll do a couple tests and then see how it goes, but other than that, I'm ready to rock and roll. Ooh. Oh yeah, I was going to do the sort. Dang it. So now I gotta make sure I can sort all this. So let me take a look. I think I got a drink. This is crazy. So is it, okay, it goes by alphabetical order of the industries, so that's what we want. And hopefully it doesn't give me a problem, because sometimes that'll happen. Oh, that's card type. What am I doing? What was in C? Why did I have that hidden? Oh, I must have. Oh, that's weird. Let me see that again, too. Okay. I have no idea why I did that. Okay. So, I'm going to hide that for a bit. Let's see if I can sort that. Data sort. Did it actually do it? I think it actually did. Okay. Well, it's all sorted by that. But that's okay. That's good enough. Now I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna get it. All right, get over here. Okay, I'm not worried about the incoming tags so much as I want to see the numbers. Yeah. So what I want to see is basically going to 84 lumber and changing the capacity. Oh, of course, it's got to be backwards. Down to 42. Might take a little while still. It's 10:40. Oh well, I don't mind staying up a little bit. And this probably isn't going to be perfect, but it's going to be pretty good, I think. Okay, so that's looking pretty good so far. Yeah, I don't have too many to do, so let me just grab a drink and then see how the rest of that goes, and I'll be back. Actually, I'll be back in a minute. So yeah, once we got these numbers in, then I'll run a few spawn tests and see how it looks. Until I'm happy with it, then I'll submit it over. And hopefully the server wasn't running too much tonight. Yeah, he said he didn't have Pooley. I was like, oh shoot. Okay. Just checking there. Ah, crap. Hang on a second. Or do I want to eat those again? No, I think I'm just gonna get one cereal bar. I don't want to eat too many, so that'll be the last snack for me tonight. And again, this isn't going to be perfect because the number of trains that generate, a lot of this is going to still be random, but so is RTS. So sometimes we'll get over capacity, other times we'll be okay, and if we have to run an extra once in a while, it's no big deal. But we'll see. If we get too much, then we'll bring the trains down a bit. So, let's see here. Where am I at? AFG's the next one. Why do I have time at 37.5? Oh, I don't know. Okay, whatever. Acid's 18. Actually, this is already in order. I just realized that. Oh, that's cool. I just realized that that was just the way it generated. Um, I'm gonna go and hit escape for a second because I ran into a problem before where everything crashed and I wasn't able to save it. So, poof, just to make sure. Box cars, so 36. So of course the hours is going way down because we're going to be pausing things. I never thought that we really have to deal with the other ones too. The non. Whoops, what was that? So amber chemical. Wow. How many is in here again? Oh my god. Well, that's not as bad as it looks. $36 and $24. So hopefully this makes things interesting. I don't know. Check the bar still for a minute. Oh wait, we're not even there yet. Ancon. You know, I want to get on a bigger screen here if I can. I don't know if I can or not. Can I zoom this in? Let's check this for a minute. I don't know. Ooh. You mean I can? Oh man, I wanted to do that. No, I can't. Okay. I know I can change it in the functions, but that's not where I wanted to do it. That doesn't look too bad. Just wanted to stretch it. I thought I could stretch it, but no, guess not. Okay. We're already at number 17, and then that's gonna Alright, so now we take a look at the Barstow one. I don't think that changes anything. No, it doesn't, because it's all. So those are fine. And hopefully the pause issue doesn't come back. I don't know what happened there. Oh, up to 39 now. I'm getting there, or 40 I should say. Okay, so that's the one where we're going to change the time to 8. That shouldn't be too bad. I mean, keep in mind though, 8 hours now means nobody's going to be able to switch that industry for, what is it going to be, 2 or 3 actual days. They're not going to be able to switch. It's not a big deal actually. Well, I guess I could just click beside it. I didn't see that. That might make things easier. Well, that makes that much easier. 12. Ah, shoot. What am I doing? Oh, that was Semix. Okay. So now we go to the quarry, which we're going to change the time to 48. Just want to make sure it actually loaded up every time I typed that. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, we're almost halfway through. So Chem Tool 30 and 4. $38 and 4. $42 and 4. Oh, jeez. Well, you know something? That would be interesting. Ah. Okay, so it once you get out of the range, it just says no, you can't do that. I figured I'd try it. All right. It's amazing that some industries actually do take 2 switches a day. And there's so many others that we haven't added to yet, which is kind of amazing. Cortec. I haven't typed in that. I just want to see if it takes. It did. Good. $72.1 for Edwards. Huh, I already had it set up like that. That's weird. Fitzgerald fabrication. Frito-Lay's 36s with 16 and 12. 16. $42, $37.5, $42, and then $38. $27, $36, $18, $27, $36. So all that adding the capacity is just leverage. It isn't actual physical capacity, it's just leverage in the whole scheme of things. Hesperius 36 and 12. We're at 72 at Hondo. It says 161, so maybe we're just getting halfway, but I'm not too sure about that. I think we're closer. 36 and 12. And 6. Again, I'm going to escape out of this. Yeah, it's 11:07, so we're doing okay for. I'm doing okay for time. $38 and 8. Astro's at 30 and 30. Okay, whoops. We're getting into the 80s now. Seven and 4. $27.38. Oh boy, what am I doing? At number 90, current tractor supply 438. Oh, I'm getting tired of this already. Okay, King Pack. $13.5. So almost at 100. I'm seeing a lot of other like Nemo and all that other stuff. So there's going to be a lot of repeating, which is good. Mitsubishi Cement. Some of these big ones, then they don't take as long. So 3. I'm gonna have to go back. I think I just realized something that I want to make sure that I have everything set up. Something just caught my attention there for a minute. Alright, so we just did Nebo. I just want to make sure that I've indeed gone through all the various... Yeah, Barstow's okay. That was piggyback, flats, passengers. Okay, that was the first... Yeah, that was the first ones then. I wanted to make sure that because Nebo is part of... with that piggyback flat cars, even if those start coming out. Newberry Ballast Pit. I wanted to do something with that, and I can't remember what I wanted to do. $38.30. So we're getting there. Yeah, we're really getting there. Okay, Pactive, we're at 118. that's good. 210.4. Paramount 16.22.5. Keep it at 22. Paramount Petroleum. Yeah, Paramount Petroleum is almost like a test bed or something. It was really weird how you see these little weird industries that don't make much sense suddenly show up. Okay, Progressive Rail. Okay, we're almost at the San Bernardino settings. Progressive Rail 3620. Progressive Farms 2416. Reelix 8 and 18. Eight 6 154. Okay. So San Bernardino is all about time. And I gotta think about this one for a minute. Actually, I want to take a quick look at this one. I should have done the same thing with the intermodal. So we're gonna get them anyways. I'm just want to make sure that I've got that right. The auto shouldn't be doing it in 24 hours. It used to be 24 hours, but we want that less than that now. Problem is now that I have the auto rack, I've got to I'm getting tired. I see I didn't adjust that one. I'm gonna put that to 8, even though I know that's gonna drive that thing nuts. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to divide what kind of time that we were dealing with. So every day we would open that up. So I'm gonna mark these all down to 4. Capacity doesn't matter. Ah, shoot. Until I'm getting tired. 11:27. That's not too bad, actually. Okay, am I out of all that garbage? Yeah, I think I am. Okay. Oh, finally on that last page, so this ain't gonna take long now. So hopefully I got the auto racks and her San Bernardino right. So refinery 20 capacity, 27. And 36. Stock building store. Tricore 36104. Whoops. The capacity there can only be 99. I missed that one. $218. USA 3610. Vulcan. Six. 36. Well, I hope I have to never... Oh, I already did that. 36 and 6. And 42. Yeah, hopefully once this is set, then from there people are just gonna go with it. 8 and 38. Win tag. Yeah, as soon as I do this, I'm gonna test it all out. 1842. $32.30. Oh, the well cars, yeah, I haven't touched those. $32.30 for all of them. Okay. Oops. Let me check the YouTube. Am I still on the YouTube at all? Oh, wow. Thought I had it on another page. Unless I lost it. So I'll check my channel real quick, and then I'm going to we're down to 1 watching now. And of course, see, because as soon as I go in, the chat's gone. Okay, so that's good. Not that it's good that's only one's watching, but you know, it is what it is. Alright. At 11:34, I don't blame people. Or to even follow what the hell I'm doing. So, let's see what the results are. It got dark. All right. So now the moment of truth. Just ski watching. Wants to see what happens. So here we go, dude. If I can learn how to do this right. So it don't matter where I spawn it, as long as I get one. Okay, so we're at Sako, whatever. All right, good enough. What the heck was? Oh, look at the fog. What is that? Is that fog? What the hell? That's cool. I hadn't seen fog in a while. Or is that a storm? Wow. Yeah, it looks pretty foggy to me. That's kind of neat. Hadn't seen fog in a while. Okay, let's see what our trains look like now. Oh, this is, never mind. Forget that one. Next. Yeah, let's say that's not a good one to do. Let's go back to one. I gotta get out of there. I gotta go back to probably my Bakersfield. Yeah. Oh, I can just spawn now. Oh, that's cool. I forgot I can do that. Okay. I don't like the fact that there's tanks at the front, but anyways. So we got some CMX. There you go, see? What is that? Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Oh, okay, those are your loaded coal. Boron, Moncrief, Paramount. Cargill, unfortunately. Now we get to the CMX stuff. Still quite a bit. I don't like that. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta go back out. Hang on a second. I forgot I had to go back out. That scared the crap out of me. I was like, wait a minute, this looks the same. When you do a configuration, you gotta go back out. Then we can do it. Okay, Southwest. Whew, that scared me. I was like, why is those CMX cars still there? It did not make sense to me. Okay. Spawn points. Some boron cars, some tetra. Not too sure what those are. Moncrief, nickel, or Waclaw. An 84 lumber. Now this is starting to see. We're looking at Tricore. That's fine. I think. Yeah. Paramount. Here's your CMXs. Not bad. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Looking much better. Look at that. I don't know why I didn't keep that open. Just to see how we're stacking against things are looking. Come on. Come on. Don't mind that. On my sheet. Thank you. My sheet. At that. What the heck? I'm looking at the wrong one. That's what I want to do. Okay. So of course this is. Oh, that's based on by train now, which makes it more interesting. Look at all the loads now compared to what we had. Remember before we used to have like very few, and then now all of a sudden we're getting a lot of loads, which makes more sense for California. But the number here, cars per train, is the interesting factor. Remember, some X was down, the 2-bay covered hoppers I got down to 4 per train, and I think that's what we're seeing. Well, look at that, see? It's almost right on. Moncrief. I don't know, like, I can run so many different data and switch lists, and everything here looks, I mean, that was going to be like borax, stuff that's going to borax, which would be your OS, what the heck is it? Oh, there it is right there. There's a couple of acid cars for boron, a box car. Yeah, this is looking way better. You can see it spread out across. Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there that's on various traits. Like, there's Tricor. Okay, Tricor has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cars for Tricor there. What are we at here? Cars per train, 7.7. That should be the heaviest one that we're looking at now, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. Now it's a bit above capacity. Cars per day is at 6970, so that's okay. It's a bit above capacity, but I believe that capacity is fluid. It's not. We got it set at 52. So if we're coming in at 69, and then we're running 36 hours, you know, we may need a second switch or something like that, but having a second switch now and then is not a big deal. Plus there's, I believe, some storage potential. Produces empties now. I mean, because it's that kind of thing, you can actually store it in a yard or something like that, so there's a lot of potential for storage. You got the times that are varying, so I think we're okay. I'm going to run a couple more trains though. Keep that in the background. Can I go back to the... Oh, I got to do that there? Okay. So if I spawn this one just to see... Again, a few more borons, tetras, SBS, which I think I've seen that before. 84 lumber. I mean, this is all looking pretty good, I think, now. And if there's, you know, we find some that need adjustments or we're getting too many cars of something, then we just slowly scale it back. I don't think it has to be, you know, too hard. There's your CMX right there. So now we're getting some decent numbers, and of course that's coming on 10 trains, so you're getting about 50 cars, which is about right. I think that's what we had it before. Boron's getting a few more cars now per train. Newberry, I don't know what to say about that. That's just a little bit weird. So I mean, this train here, this is a little bit different. You got a little bit of a different tonnage. There you got, yeah, it all changes, right? It's all random. So I'm convinced enough, you know, that I will end the live stream. I'll send this message out. So if you anybody wants, you know, Mike, if you want to test it or whatever and see what you think, and then hopefully tomorrow night we'll start running it and seeing what happens. So I'm kind of curious about that. So I'll go on the server in a little bit here. Actually, I'll go on the email But I'm gonna end the live stream for now. That's about it. Man, that was a lot of work. 11:48. I gotta get the laundry out pretty soon and get to bed. So I don't want to stay up too late tonight. Maybe 12:15 at the latest. So, anyways, that was a long one, but it was worth it. So hopefully, it doesn't screw everybody up. Because every time you make a change, it's a balance thing with this thing, you know. And you play with one, it affects the other, and we were kind of noticing it. I was noticing it before, and I didn't quite understand it, but now I do. So I think we got the handle on this. Hopefully, the whole whatever the hell that stupid bug was, I just hope it's a weird fluke. Because I do want to pause the clock, and if we can't, then we'll just go back in. We'll have to make some more adjustments. No big deal. So, anyways, that's all for tonight. It's 11:49. I'm gonna pop on the server, see who's there. Actually, I'll send an email out first to the admins. That way they have everything, and then we'll take it from there. I haven't changed the traffic file any that I can think of. I don't think I touched it. No, I didn't. But I'll send it anyways, just so everybody's got the same stuff that I do. So I don't think I have to change that. Okay. Anyways, enough yapping. I'm gonna go on and see what's going on. Talk to you later.